Welcome to the hub of grub, the Freeside Co-op. Go inside and speak to Ella if you're looking for Vegas-made produce for a reasonable price. Wow, I think I managed to say the catchphrase right this time. Gotta say that's a shock. Doesn't matter, I'm getting paid either way. Anyway, you're welcome to keep your weapons, but any sign of trouble and you'll be getting a bullet straight in your eyes. We've already had one robbery, so any funny business won't be tolerated. Yeah, I'm afraid so. I was on break and that's when they struck. I'd ask Ella. She might have a job to go catch the bastards. I'm not paid to know the details. You should ask Ella about it. Something about food and farmers or something. Do I like working here? What the fuck do you think? How would you like to spend most of your day with sore feet dealing with the locals? Dumber than a bag of rocks, I swear. No matter how many times I say, talk to Ella. They come back and ask me anyway. Don't even get me started on those two fuckers across the road shouting the same tired slogans day in and day out until you have a migraine. So no, I fucking hate my job. Any more stupid questions? Finally, I've been waiting for a smoke break all day.
Welcome to the Freeside Co-op. Haven't seen your face around here before. You a newcomer in town? You'll know this place better than me then. I moved here only a few weeks back and it's been hard to settle in. Doesn't help when you're colloquially known as the NCR bitch. Don't worry about that though. That's just dumb idiots being dumb idiots. They'll accept this place in time. Well, I'd like to think so anyway. Now, is there anything I can get you? It's a store my father and I set up. We provide an outlet for the goods of local Vegas farmers. It's a win-win situation. We get paid and the farmers get access to a much larger customer base both in Vegas and back home in the NCR. The farmers wouldn't be able to get their produce anywhere near as far without us. Try explaining that to them, though. They'll just end up grumbling about how we're eating into their profits, the profits we help them get. So, if you know anyone reasonable who's looking to sell produce, tell them all about the co-op. If you're wondering what exactly you can buy, it's fresh produce straight from the farm. We also sell all manner of pre-war food. Now, with all that said, is there anything I can get you? God, no. When I first thought about moving out to the frontier, I was expecting excitement, adventure. Instead, it mostly just smells of piss and disappointment, although that may just be the locals. Got a word of advice for you, stranger. Watch your caps out there, especially near Mick and Ralph's. Pickpockets everywhere. Nobody would stand for that back home in the Republic. NCR police would sort them out quick. I wouldn't be able to look myself in the mirror if that were me. Yeah, you've got that wasteland hard-ass look about you. If I didn't already have Roy out front, then there'd maybe be a job opening. People like me, you, and Roy are what people should be looking up to out there. Too many people depended on those hippies over at the old fort. This place could be a lot better if people were actually willing to put some effort in. Finally, someone in this town who isn't afraid to work. Need more like you here in Freeside. Well, it's no secret I'm from the Republic. My dad and I deal with a lot of local farmers, so the name Hawthorne is well known around these parts. Doesn't help when the Kings are riling people up, blaming us NCR folk for Freeside's problems. Sure thing. I can tell you what I know. What exactly do you want to know about? It's a cheap knockoff of those Vegas casinos. Most people who don't meet the cap requirements those bots ask for end up there. Put it this way, I'd love access to the Garrett twins' safe. Think that'd make me a very rich woman. They're the biggest gang in town. People around here seem to think they're good for the community. What, do they forget they need to pay that pretty boy by the water pump every time they want a drink? Anywhere else, they call that extortion. Anyway, enough about those jokers. What else can I do for you? It's owned by the Van Graffs. They're a powerful family from New Reno. Not to be messed with. They sell powerful energy weapons, so if you're looking for something exotic, then the Silver Rush is your best bet. Just make sure you keep your mouth shut, especially near Jean-Baptiste. Don't think I've heard anything good about that man. Okay, what do you want to talk about? If it's an omelet you're wanting, it'll only be 5 minutes. Sure do. Got plenty of problems around here that I can't take care of on account of having to work behind the counter. I'm needing someone who knows their way around a gun. I'd normally just use Roy, but I need him around to make sure I'm not held at gunpoint again. Can tell you more if you're interested. So, what do you say? Yeah. A couple of days ago was business as usual when all of a sudden a gang comes in and kicks the front door in, nearly taking it off its hinges. They were screaming at the top of their lungs, demanding I give them all the caps in the register. It shook me up a little, as it would anyone, but my pa taught me how to use a shotgun back on the ranch, so I bided my time. I hear the ringleader tell me to get out of town or I'd be leaving it in a body bag. My pa taught me not to let anyone threaten me that way. So, on their way out, I took a shot at one of them. Didn't hit the bastard clean enough. They managed to get away. I thought maybe the Kings would have come running to help with the gunshots so close by, but maybe they just don't care. Bastards. Those thieves managed to get away with my entire day's profits. I can't do without that money, I'm afraid. The job is to track them down and get my money back. there's a good share of the profits in it for you. Now, do you have any questions? Guess he got lucky, or my aim is just shit. Strange world we live in. I heard on the radio that some courier survived getting shot in the head in Good Springs. Maybe it's the same person. He was out to lunch down at the Wrangler at the time. He's sweet on one of the escorts down there. Poor guy. Hasn't got the courage to just go and ask her out. There was a group of them. Ringleader seemed to be an older fella. The others seemed to look up to him. There were 2 women and 2 other guys with them. Seemed like a cobbled-together bunch. Maybe they were all a gang. I don't have the spare caps, I'm afraid. Only got enough to hire an extra mercenary, and guess who that is? I guess I could go ask my pa for help, but I know what he's like. He worries too much. I can handle this myself. So, yeah, you'll have to deal with this little problem for me. I've got a decent idea of where you should start, but there's one more thing you should know first. You're not the first merc I've sent on this job. Hired another armed merc, decent price too. Went by the name of Frank Adams, local around here. I never pegged him to be a tough guy, but I guess you've got to be to survive out there on a diet of radroach meat. Always seemed like a fairly quiet kid, but I guess people can surprise you. For example, who knew I'd be in business in my late 20s? When Frank heard about the robbery, he offered to investigate as long as I could pay him well. Naive young kid undercut himself, I think. Either way, I'm not one for complaining when I get a good deal. I'm starting to think it might have been him that robbed me, and he's came back for a double dip. Kid was always dirt poor. Either way, I think he's our best lead. You might want to start by talking to his drunken ass of a friend, Billy. He can be found at the Atomic Wrangler, most likely crawling on the floor drunk. Watch yourself there. I swear the car dealer's cheating that dump. Anyway, you need anything else before you go? Come back soon now.
Hungry? Thirsty?
Hello there.
What are you looking at? Can a man get a drink in this town without some clown trying to start some small talk? What is it you want? Yeah, of course I know Frank. We go way back. I've been watching out for that kid for years. Nowadays, he won't listen to a word I say. You know what it's like with the young. Think they know best. Well, I can tell you that he isn't here anymore. In Freeside, I mean. What kind of business is it of yours? I thought people knew to keep their nose out of other people's affairs here. Keep that up in Freeside, and you're more likely to get a knife in your belly than an answer. I just hope the same hasn't happened to Frank. Not exactly built to live in this environment, and I've not seen him in days. Last I saw him wasn't here on Friday night. We like to toast to all the good times and the scrap we collected over the years. I really regret what I ended up saying, though. Let's just say we had a bit of an argument. No need to be sorry. It's my mess to clean up. I should never have been so dismissive of the kid. We had our little celebration here in the Wrangler on Friday, and dear God, we got blasted. That's when the kid starts going on about how Freeside isn't for him anymore. We had a pretty sweet gig going. The amount of valuable stuff you can find in the garbage is insane. One man's forgotten waste is another's treasure, or whatever the saying is. Well, it looks like you and I are cut from the same cloth. I wish you could have talked some sense into Frank. He said the real money was in mercenary work. He didn't take it too well when I said that kind of work is not for him. Most of those types go through some military training before they enter that line of work. Frank could barely catch one of those rats on the street. He stormed out yelling about how he'll show me, and I haven't seen him again since. I honestly wish I could take everything back. Oh, sorry. Just before he... Wait a minute. How do I know this ain't some sort of trick? Maybe Frank did become a merc after all. I know how cutthroat that business is. As far as I know, you could be wanting to kill him. What makes you think I'll tell you? There is always a chance the kid was right all along and it was just me trying to bring him down. Maybe signing up to become a mercenary was the right call after all. Or maybe he's face down in a ditch somewhere. Either way, I need to make things right with that kid. If he's gotten himself into trouble, I'd never forgive myself for not trying to help. Can I trust you, though? Oh, what the hell? He might be dead already. Maybe with me telling you, there's a chance you can save him. Before he left, Frank said every mercenary needs a secret hideout to stash their gear. I was skeptical about what he was saying. No idea where the kid learns these things. Either way, he said the El Rey Motel was a good place for that kind of thing. I hope he's alright. One more thing. If you find him, tell him I'm sorry. He's a good kid. He's like a little brother to me. His parents died young and I took him in. Kid has it in his head that he has to leave Freeside. Strike it big. Guess he doesn't want to be a deadbeat like me. Yeah. I don't really care anyway.
Make a brief stop at the Atomic Wrangler, where the booze is cheaper, the table's more friendly, and the women are just like the booze.
Sorry, stranger. I'm not feeling too great at the moment. Talk to Clive if you want small talk.
If I were you, I'd watch myself around these parts. I'm the king around here. Is that clear? I pretty much run this joint. Anything going on around here better pass through my crew. Got that? Anything else you want, or can I have a smoke already? I have no idea who that is, I'm afraid. Only people who pass through here are deadbeats and myself. I'm already paying my muscle way too much. Don't think I could afford another guard. Now, if that's all you gotta ask, scram. You again? What can I do? Depends. Are you NCR? Good. Keep it on the down low. I can get you set up with Med-X, Jet, whatever gets you going. You again? What? Why would they do that? Me and the gang here ain't causing any problems. No matter what they say, they can't prove shit. If they change their mind, we can always move our business across the bridge. Got any more dumb questions?
Glad that's over.
Another day, another raid. It's getting tougher to stay under the radar. What with the NCR relying more on bounty hunters to see them through. It's only going to get more difficult with the fiends taking hits. They're scum, but undoubtedly a good distraction. The people of Vegas are strong, regardless of what House and the Republic think. I have faith the vultures will hold no matter what comes our way. We actually caught a merc tailing us the other day. Was snooping around just outside the mill, thinking we didn't catch wind of him. We ambushed him when he went back to his room at the El Rey. We lost Tracy. Poor girl. Gonna have to tell her parents. That's never an easy job. Thankfully, we still managed to incapacitate him. Kid thinks we're gonna throw him into the furnace. Might do if he insists on following us. We're lucky the boy was still green. All things considered, that could have gone far worse. Still, Tracy. Boy says that the Hawthorne girl hired him to track us down, just like those bastards to go for cheap labor. Girl's tougher than she looks. Thought she would have skipped town after the robbery. Some things have got to be done the hard way, it seems. I offered the young kid, Frank's his name, a choice. He's a Vegas kid through and through, but you never know. Let's hope he makes the right decision.
to Mick and Ralph's for all your shopping needs.
Welcome back. At this rate, you'll be a regular. What can I get you? A street gang? Sounds like a good lead. While you were away, I did some digging and heard about a couple of people who've been robbed recently. The Crimson Caravan's been hit a few times recently. I also heard Cassidy Caravans and a few other smaller players got burned to a crisp too. I also remember Pa saying before I left that some of our caravans had been attacked coming and going from our ranches. Not sure which of the attacks are related, if any. Could be one big coincidence, but I'm starting to have my doubts. I wonder if there's a pattern. Definitely something to think about. Oh well, all that matters is that we catch the bastards. I want my caps back. Did you manage to overhear the name of the gang or anything that could help us? Any clue could help us catch them. Well, that's way lamer than I expected. Normally, raider gangs call themselves something intimidating, and I'm just left feeling kind of indifferent. There's duds in every avenue of life, I guess. Anyway, I recommend you go speak to Jackie over at the old Mormon fort. She's one of those hippies. The way I heard it, she's got some contacts in some gangs in Vegas. She's helped a few fiends rehabilitate. Either way, we need that old bat. Chat her up and see if you can learn anything about the vultures. You got any questions? As I said, she's one of the followers. Those kind of types pretend they're holier than thou, but they're human like the rest of us. But there's that old saying that never seems to disappear. I'll scratch your back and you scratch mine. Do her a favor and I'm sure she'll tell you what we want to know. Could also try sweet-talking her, or maybe she keeps a diary. I don't know. Either way, I'm sure you'll figure it out. Just try not to start any fights. I don't want that associated with my brand. Any other questions? The only thing I can tell you is they must be small time. I've heard of most gangs in Vegas. You got the Kings, the Scorpions. You've also got those bastard fiends, drugged out wackos. Never heard of the Vultures, though. Gotta say, that's a new one for me. Any other questions? My father is quite a powerful man. He's won quite a few big business deals and has a fair few ranches in his name. There's probably quite a few people jealous of our family, but honestly, that's just a guess. Who knows what these vultures want? Maybe there's a question you have that I can actually answer. Poor kid. Hope he's all right. Doesn't deserve this. Although he did sign up for a job, so he must have known what to expect. Don't worry about him. Your main focus should be getting my caps back. We'll cross the Frank Bridge when it comes to it. Any other questions? Good. Go and see what that old bat knows then.
Come to Mick and Ralph's for all your shopping needs.
Sorry, stranger. I'm not sure you're talking to the right person. I'm only a simple therapist, and from what I can see, you're not one of my clients. If you're looking for medical attention, or if you want to donate supplies, then you should talk to Julie. She's the young woman with the mohawk. Although, you do look pretty weathered. No offense. I help raiders get out of the lifestyle if you're needing someone to talk to. My apologies then. I didn't mean anything by it. You just look like someone who can look after themselves. It's sort of become my specialty, rehabilitating raiders, that is. Well, if you're not an ex-raider, then how can I help you? As I told you before, I'm a simple therapist. I typically help people who badly need someone to talk to. I normally help people overcome addiction, which is unfortunately a massive task in Freeside. If you've not already, talk to Julie. She's got a few ideas on helping out the community. What else can I help you with? I can tell you this is not the place to be if you're a recovering addict. It's very hard to remain sober in this town. Especially with that slimeball Dixon and his ilk peddling chems on every corner. I don't have much else to tell you, I'm afraid. I can answer any other questions you might have, though. Whoever you heard that from was right. Yeah, I know about them. I could tell you, but it depends. What do you want with them? Robbing local businesses sounds very out of character for them. Normally, they stick to NCR or raider targets. See, their leader is a man named Hosea. He used to be one of us, the followers, I mean. He was sick of the NCR pushing the common folk around, taking what they want, sending all of Vegas's electricity and water back to California. I sympathize with him, but there are better ways to fight that don't involve violence. Unfortunately, that's not the prevailing opinion out there in the wastes. I know Hosea. He's an idealist at heart. He wouldn't do that without having a good reason for it. Unless the man has changed over the years. We still keep in touch. We were close while he was still one of us, and still send each other letters from time to time. If he were to abandon his silly crusade, we'd welcome him back. We could really use his help these days. It's always wise to meet someone yourself first, before you make up your mind about them. But we just met. I don't know if I can trust you. You might just go ahead and murder Hosea. I can't do that to one of my old friends. But there is something you could do to help me trust you, if you don't mind doing me a favor, that is. I'm glad we could come to an agreement. Trust me, helping the unfortunate in Vegas is something we could all stand to do a little more of. What I need is a bit of a long story, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. A few weeks back, a little girl came through that gate there. She couldn't have been older than 6 years old. Her parents were nowhere to be found, which is sadly a more common occurrence than you think. It's getting rougher out there, I swear. Murdered, I'm afraid. As I said, it's shocking how many times this kind of thing happens out there. I don't think she spoke a word for an entire week, that poor girl. Eventually, we got her to open up a little after some therapy. She's still not 100%, but these things take time, unfortunately. I hope she's going to be all right. I managed to piece together what I could of her story, and it seems like she's the survivor of a raider attack. The family was ambushed just outside of Westside, coming out of the Thorn, and her parents were shot right in front of her. Animals. When we got the girl talking, she kept joking about how her father was always losing his watch. The watch was missing from the corpses when I went to go talk to the militia. The gang responsible must have taken it. I'd like you to retrieve that pocket watch. It would mean a lot to her, and also a lot to me. Do we have a deal? I think the most likely culprit is the Scorpion Gang. They hang out by the Monte Carlo suites. It's likely they take the loot back there after their raids. I don't think the watch will be any exception. You get that trinket, and I'll organize your meeting with Hosea. Have you got any questions? Thankfully, we managed to find a generous family back west to take her in. They always wanted a daughter after years of trying themselves. Still, this kind of trauma doesn't leave you. It sticks with you until the day you die. All you can do is manage it. I'd like to give her something to remember her parents by. You get that watch, and I can make sure she gets it in her hands. Any other questions? They operate out of the Monte Carlo suites, just outside of Westside. They may not be as strong as the Friends, but they're not to be messed with. The Westside militia usually keeps them from striking the town directly. They usually prey on any townie or outsider who strays too far from town. Be careful around there, and always keep your weapon handy. Any other questions? I'd put my money on their leader, Yvette, having the watch. I recommend going in with a stealth boy, if you want to avoid combat. She's likely carrying it on her. You might be able to swipe it off her if you get lucky. Any other questions? Okay, good. Come back with the watch, and I'll set up the meeting. Hello again. How can I help you? Oh, we go way back. We used to both work in the library at the Boneyard. I'd say those were the days, but that's just nostalgia talking. We both used to peruse the history section, and we'd get to talking about our favorite periods of history. He was a charming young man back then, and we certainly grew close. That all changed when he got transferred to an outpost on the frontier. We still keep in touch, though, despite him feeling a bit more distant with every letter sent back and forth. Long-distance relationships always seem doomed to fail, don't they? Oh, have you? That's great news. The little one will be so glad. Thank you so much for your help. About the meeting I promised, I'll send a letter to my contact. Hosea should meet you if I put in a good word for you. The meeting place should be in one of the rooms on the second floor of the Gray in North Vegas. Hosea and Crandon came to an agreement that the vultures could stay there for their help defending the town. Try and convince Hosea to turn himself in, or at least stop the attacks. This doesn't have to end in violence. If it does, then it will be the people of North Vegas who will be caught in the crossfire. Now, I can't decide for you, but at the very least, think on my word, stranger. Good luck. Now, is there anything else I can do for you? Just let me know if you ever need to chat.
What's up?
We've got stuff we're not even allowed to sell.
If this holotape has found you, then you've found what remains of Ella Hawthorne. You might not understand why we've done this. She was the daughter of Jack Hawthorne, one of the largest Brahmin barons in the NCR. I'm sure you know the name. This was the Republic's attempt to slowly take over the farming industry in Vegas. Fair to say, that attempt now lies in ashes. I know you've been working with Hawthorne, and now I'm giving you the chance to do what's right. Come meet me in the Gray, second floor. I'll be waiting.
So you've seen Hosea's work firsthand then? I saw the whole thing. Poor girl didn't stand a chance as soon as the shooting started. Bastards have got a grudge against the NCR. Ella was one of us, and we'll make them pay for what they've done. I've heard you're something of a mercenary around these parts, so I'm here to let you know that the bear rewards its friends handsomely. Especially those that help in the fight against terrorist scum. Now, my sources tell me that you've secured a meeting with Hosea. Is that correct? I'm sure you have many. I'll answer what I can. Shoot. Let's just say I have some friends in the Republic. All will become clear in time. Anything else you want to ask? Do you know why it's called the Freeside Co-op? No? Well, the girl's father is the charitable type. This is just what happens when you try to help these animals. I swear the troops should just come and occupy this shithole. Either way, Ella was one of our own. Hosea will learn the hard way that when you mess with one of us, then you'll have to deal with all of us. Her father, Jack Cawthorne, is a very powerful man in the Republic. Made his name building a Brahmin empire. He's helped create a lot of jobs for the folks east of Klamath over the years. He won't be best pleased when he hears of the news. As for why they killed her, could be to get to Old Man Jack. Who knows? Trying to get in the mind of Hosea is a hard task, I'm afraid. How about knowing you helped the NCR stop a dangerous terrorist? If that doesn't interest you, then how does 1,000 caps sound? Good. Glad I could help. Now, back to talking about that meeting you've got with Hosea. Would I be right in my assumption? It's a free country. Although, if I see you throwing your lot in with Hosea, then it won't just be him staring at the barrel of a rifle on the wall.
If it can be bought, it can be found at Mick and Ralph's.
Sorry, do I know you? What are you staring at? So you're the one the boss told me about. Yeah, you definitely look the part. Go right on through. He's waiting for you.
Ah, so you came after all. Nice to meet you. Come, take a seat up here at the table when you're ready. Ah, so we finally meet. Jackie told me about you. I bet you were expecting someone a lot more intimidating when you first heard the stories. Sorry for not living up to your imagination. The title of Raider Boss doesn't really conjure up images of a 70-year-old man, does it? No matter. It's good to finally put a face to the name I've been hearing so much about. I have no idea why, but I have a good feeling about you. Probably just nostalgia. Used to be a young nomad myself, always on the lookout for raiders. God, that was probably before you were even born. Anyway, enough about me. What made you decide to come here after all? I formed the Vultures so the people of the Mojave could escape their destiny as a territory of the NCR, or worse, Caesar's Legion. Now, to business. The Hawthorne girl hired you before, and I'd like to replace her as your employer. Don't worry, you'll be paid accordingly. But I'm also offering you a dream of something more. A Vegas free of NCR rule. We're in desperate need of a new system. We're heading down the same path that the old world did, and we can't just stand by and watch it happen. You look like you might want to know more. The Brahmin barons of the NCR are rot that's been allowed to fester. Corruption runs rampant in the halls of Congress because of those bastards. It wasn't always like this. The Republic used to be a far better place. It finally offered a real semblance of safety in the wasteland. Laws were once written to serve the people. Not so much anymore, I'm afraid. Let me give you an example. When President Tandy was in office, there was a limit on the amount of cattle and land a single person could own. The bigger landowners couldn't just be content with their success. They needed to have more to satisfy their greed. In order for that to happen, things would need to change. The barons turned to large-scale lobbying to achieve their goals. As the years passed after Tandy's death, regulation was slowly peeled back until Kimball decided to repeal the land limit entirely. This allowed the cattle market to monopolize and prove that the rich and powerful hold too much sway over the fate of the Republic. Most people in the NCR are good people, if you give them a chance. However, I agree. The best way to kill a snake is to cut off its head. Leadership and policies need to change for the betterment of all, and not just those ruthless enough to exploit the labor of others. Well, the NCR does have plenty of fools within its borders, but I wouldn't blame the common man. The majority probably don't support the greed of the barons. It starts to make sense when you take a glimpse at the top donations given to each of the largest parties. Look at the biggest contributors in the past 3 elections since Tandy's death. The same names keep popping up: Gunderson, Hawthorne, Weston. However, the people still end up attempting to choose the lesser evil. Politicians live and die by their funding. Just like everything else in this world, money is king. These people have massive influence on the policies each political party run on, to the point where the working man does not have a representative. And so it was a lie sold to the people. A truly free market that would allow anyone with the determination to be a success in the Republic. And what a lie it was. The farmhands who voted Kimball in are working longer hours and getting paid less than what they were all those years ago. Small caravans, businesses, and ranch owners have been pushed out of the market completely as the bigger outfits monopolize. Is that a system you think is worth saving? I wish you were right. I've tried all my life to believe in that. I really have. But I've found the message of peace to be completely impotent. Years of working with the followers to try and spread that message. Unfortunately, it's time I'll never get back. The Republic won't change without any real threat to them from its people. If you've ever had the privilege to read some old world books, then history is a place you might have learned this. When the French sent their ruling class to the guillotines, the aristocracy of the other countries around Europe had to curtail their greed. I'm not saying Hawthorne and Gunderson have to die. However, the people have to make their voices heard. The NCR may be beyond saving at this point. However, Vegas offers a fresh start. We can build something better. Perhaps inspire the workers of the NCR to break their chains in the process. Join me, and we can build a future for the people of Vegas. Very well. I'll do what I can to answer. And remember, my door is always open. Ask me anything at any time that suits you. I assume the doubt in your voice refers to the sheer size of the NCR. Well, that certainly makes us have to scale back our ambitions. We can't beat the Republic in a conventional war. Yet, anyway. My plan is to severely damage their supply line. It's looking likely, despite their incompetence, that they will defeat the Legion when they come knocking at the dam again. With enough recruits and the correct people on my side, we might be able to delay them annexing the area by hitting their supply lines hard. When the troops at the dam start going hungry, the Republic will show its true colors. Then the people of Vegas will defend their home. Revolution in its purest form. Sadly, war might be what is needed. If an opportunity arises to avoid it, I will gladly take it. It's either that or live to work for the rich few. A badly beaten NCR will not have the stomach for a long, drawn-out war after their narrow victory over Caesar's Legion. In the end, Vegas will choose what is right. Now, is there anything else you wanted to talk about? It sounds like a pejorative name, doesn't it? Well, originally it was. Some rag in the Republic called us that after one of our raids. Smooth operation, that was. Took the food intended for McCarran and fed many a person in Outer Vegas for a solid week. Ever since reading that, me and everyone else in the gang have wore that name as a badge of honor. I don't know much about House, but who does, really? The only thing I can judge him by are his actions. I see a city built on heaps and heaps of both old American dollars and bottle caps. A place of tremendous wealth, surrounded on all sides by poverty. While House and the three families get richer, children all over starve. My question would be, where is this wealth going? Is whatever House is building worth all the misery he's conveniently ignoring in New Vegas? That tower alone could house several thousand people. Instead, he uses it to stockpile caps for God knows what. Well, that's a good question, and a very important one to answer for a truly free New Vegas to prosper. The Legion taking control of the area might be the only thing worse than a decisive NCR victory. That's why it's important to hit the NCR at the correct time. We can't weaken them to the point where they lose the Battle of Hoover Dam. The Vultures are tough, but I truly do not believe they're ready for the level of brutality that Caesar and his legate bring. Ironically, as much as it pains me, we need the NCR to hold off the Legion. They're the only ones who have the resources to do so. For all our sakes, I'm praying for a Pyrrhic NCR victory. It's our best shot of a truly independent New Vegas. Now, don't get me wrong, I have a lot of respect for the followers. They truly do care about people, which is sadly not too common in the wasteland. I learned a lot over the years. They taught me how to read and write, which goes a long way in the world. The amount of knowledge that can be gathered from pre-war books is truly staggering. If you've ever had the privilege to visit a pre-war library, then you'll know what I'm talking about. Without them, I wouldn't be anywhere near as good a physician as I am today. I also met a lot of great people, like Jackie, over the years. Sadly, a few years back, I just felt it was time to leave. It just wasn't for me anymore. I looked around at all the good we'd done, but I also realized that things were just going to get worse because the NCR didn't want to change. I kept thinking, if you're not willing to fight for it, what's the point of believing in the potential for a better world? Yes, I know some of the groups you're talking about. The uranium miners' strike of 2036 comes to mind. Those brave people managed to get the better working conditions that they desperately needed, all without bloodshed. However, comparing the strategies of pre-war resistance to those living in the wasteland today is like comparing apples and oranges. The NCR is more civilized than the rest of the wasteland, but will people really notice when someone inconvenient disappears? It happens more than you know. There's a lot of open country in the Republic, where anything can happen. Oh, you mean Frank. He's safe and sound. You might be meeting him sooner than expected. Any other questions? I had her killed because she and her family are a group of parasites, taking control of the market from hard-working Vegas farmers. They pitch their store as a freeside co-op, when all they do is function as a middleman, taking caps for nothing. First, we tried to intimidate her to leave. Ideally, this would have been resolved without bloodshed. However, she didn't learn her lesson. She hired mercs like you to find and harm us, and for that she had to die. I hope you can see I was just protecting my people. Now, any other questions? Very well. Now, back to what I was saying. Are you interested in joining us, or have you not made your mind up? Good. You're just the type of person I need. Although the NCR has been trying to get a mole in here for a few weeks now. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to send you off on a little task to prove yourself. I want you to go meet a fellow new recruit. You and him have more in common than you know. Go meet him at the El Rey Motel. He'll be waiting. Use the passphrase, "Hit the beast while it slumbers." If it's him, he should understand and fill you in on the details. Now, it's been good chatting, but these old bones need some rest. So I'll catch up with you once your task is complete. Good hunting.
I need my fix.
Hi, do I know you? So you're the one I'm supposed to be waiting for? You're not what I expected. I was expecting a badass merc with an entire arsenal on their back. I heard you knew Ella quite well. Me too. I really wish things could have gone different for her. She seemed like a really sweet girl. She was always really nice to me. I didn't really see the bad in her that everyone was talking about. Hosea seemed to have his reasons, though. He's a man with a vision. NCR are bleeding us dry, and I'm ready to fight just like you are. Has Hosea filled you in with what we'll be doing? He must be testing my memory. Well, he won't be disappointed, thankfully, as your man here has a good memory. The NCR transport crops using caravans from the local farms from here to the Mojave outpost and then further on to NCR territory. That corn could feed all of Vegas. So what he needs us to do is obtain the caravan schedule. I couldn't tell you exactly, but I reckon Hosea will have us take the cargo when the caravans are vulnerable. I think he'll use what we get to feed the hungry around Vegas. I could be wrong. I'm not really aware of what the strategy is exactly. You got any more questions? Because I've already done my part for the cause, and I'm only here because Hosea says I need to learn the value of teamwork. I'd rather not tell you anymore if you're all right with that. Okay then, glad I could help. Meet me back here once you've got the schedule, unless there's anything else I can help you with. You did? That must be why Hosea was so quick finding you. He must have realized you were hot on his heels. I'll never forget that night. I knew someone had been watching me all day ever since leaving Ella's place. It was later, when I went out scavenging near those houses near the old steel mill, when I noticed the same people who were watching me in Freeside. That's when I knew they were definitely following me, so later that night, I slept with my pistol close by the pillow. When they came, that's when I had to pull the trigger for the first time. I had to watch that lady die. It's not a nice thing to see that. I still see the look in her eyes when I sleep. It haunts me. I don't know how the Raiders do it. For money? Survival? That's the last thing I remember seeing before I got knocked out and dragged to the steel mill. Hope that answers your question. I'm as shocked as you are, honestly. When they captured me, I thought I was a goner for sure. It's not very often you kill a gang member in Vegas in front of their friends and live to tell the tale. I thought they were gonna kick me in the furnace the entire time I was tied up in that godforsaken mill. After a few hours, though, Hosea told them to loosen my restraints and come sit downstairs with him. I didn't have much choice in the matter, so I went and listened to what he had to say. I don't quite know how to put it, stranger. But everything Hosea said just sort of made sense. There's no real reason why the people of Freeside should be treated like dirt. We're no different from those big wigs on the strip. We're all flesh and blood at the end of the day. He said NCR are only here for the water in some big old lake. That sounds like them. I know what they're like. One time, some NCR grunts stole me and Billy's claim near Nelson. We got there fair and square, but he pointed his gun at us and threatened us. Anyway, back to the mill. That's when Hosea offered me a choice. One to really change things around here. To hell with being a killer just for caps. I don't have it in me. If I need to kill, it has to be for something. I told Hosea that, and from there, he let me join. It's rough going, but I think this might be the life for me, you know? See you later, ma'am. Welcome back. Do you have the schedule? I hope Hosea doesn't think we're taking too long. You have? That's great! We're supposed to meet Hosea back at Firewater Cave once we're finished here. I'll mark it on your map. I've got to attend to this delivery first, sadly. Maybe I'll see you again later at camp. Good luck.
Take one more step, and I'll turn your head into paste. You don't look like NCR. Who the fuck are you? So you're one of the new recruits Hosea was talking about. Sorry, gotta be careful these days. Fiends are getting bold too. Enough about that though. I'm Paula, and I'm the one unlucky enough to have the responsibility of watching the front door. This here is Firewater Cave. This little shithole cave is one of the only places outside of NCR jurisdiction. Try not to steal anyone's bed. I swear, if I need to deal with bed bugs again because some lazy prick can't seal their kit properly. Finally, someone in this place who's actually considerate. Well, I'll be. I'm used to everyone just taking what scraps they can get around here. Now, before you go, I'll give you a quick rundown of this place. If you need patching up, I recommend you go speak to Beth. She can be found right at the bottom of this cave, just before the hermetic door into that godforsaken bunker. If you're needing weapons, ammo, or just general repairs, then Dexter is the man you're looking for. That guy is mighty good with a screwdriver and a wrench, let me tell you. Wouldn't mind having his skills. Now, with that out of the way, is there anything else I can do for you, or you good? Sorry, I don't really know that much. I know that sounds crazy, but I'm here because of Hosea, and Hosea only. One of the others can maybe help you. Beth or Dexter know a lot more than me. However, your best bet is Hosea. He has a way with words, that man. To be honest, don't tell anyone I said this. I don't really care much about NCR and taking the power back and all that shit. I'm loyal to Hosea because I believe in him. He saved my life, and I know he's a good person at heart. I will follow that man to hell and back. You got more questions, or can I get back to my post? Who, me? Only person to really care who I was before becoming a vulture is Hosea. I'm afraid there's not much to tell. I can't quite say I had a life-changing moment or anything, but if you insist. Where do I begin? I guess I grew up in North Vegas and had to scrape by like every other kid who was unlucky enough to be born there. In those sorts of places, you either join a gang or you starve to death alone with a needle in your arm. Strength in numbers is a powerful mantra. Then my lucky day comes along. Me and the gang go prospecting, looking for scrap to sell to the local merchants at the time. There was no Crimson Caravan in the Mojave at the time. Otherwise, I would have just become a caravan guard back then. Life would have been much simpler, let me tell you. Raiders still would have put a bullet in me, but at least I would have been paid well. Yeah, you heard that one right. I took a bullet and lived to tell the tale. Guess you could call me lucky. I think I must have passed out from the shock. Those snakes? The ones who said they were my friends? Yeah, they just fucking left me. Woke up in some traveling doctor's place with not a cap to pay the man. Take a guess who it was? Luckily, Hosea didn't much care for payment. It was the first time I'd found someone who wasn't just looking out for themselves, and that was when I knew Hosea was special. I wasn't about to leave my debt unpaid and go back to a gang that didn't care for me in the first place. So that's when I decided to become Hosea's bodyguard. Loyalty is one of the only things we have down in this cave. Nobody is here for the caps. Although, with you being a mercenary, that may have changed. Regardless, I believe in Hosea, and he believes in us. Now, I've talked your ear off enough, and I should really be getting back to work. Is there anything else I can do for you, or will I get back to my post? Got it. Remember, you're welcome here anytime.
Ah, good to see you again. Welcome to Firewater Cave. I hope Paula didn't give you too rude of a welcome. Don't worry, she's just being protective. You'll be friends in no time. Anyway, how did you get on? Did you manage to get the caravan schedule? That's good news. Once Frank manages to get them to our agents in the field, I'll give the gang the green light for another few raids. I know North Vegas has been struggling lately, so they'll be happy when they see the haul we get from those caravans. We don't have an official ceremony or anything, but let me welcome you to the Vultures. You're welcome to stay here as long as you need. Nah, don't be silly. It's me who should be honored. If it weren't for brave people like you, then Vegas would be truly lost. Anyway, I reckon you'll want to meet everyone in camp. They'll be happy to walk you through their responsibilities and their day-to-day jobs. Once you've got settled in, I'd like to have a word with you. I have a job which requires someone with your talents. Ah, welcome back. I hope this cave is to your liking. If not, well, I'm afraid there's not much I can do. You're gonna have to get used to roughing it. I wish I had access to the same decorating services as the White Glove Society, but sadly, it's not meant to be. Anyway, what can I do for you? Very well. I'll do what I can to answer. I assume the doubt in your voice refers to the sheer size of the NCR. Well, that certainly makes us have to scale back our ambitions. We can't beat the Republic in a conventional war. Yet, anyway. My plan is to severely damage their supply line. It's looking likely, despite their incompetence, that they will defeat the... With enough recruits and the correct people on my side, when the troops at the dam start going... Sadly, excellent. I chose Firewater Cave to hide from the NCR, not just because it's out of their reach. Let me explain. During my traveling days, I came across a Poseidon Energy call center. This was back west, before I started my war against the NCR. Those sorts of places, if you're lucky, could have spare medical supplies hidden in a first aid locker. That's if you're willing to take the risk. You'll know exactly what I mean then. Always worth exploring, especially if you're short on caps. Well, I found more than just meds that day. A couple of terminal entries and a pair of coordinates led me out here to this cave. I also found a bunch of bizarre-looking keycards inside. Not sure what they do, other than the one that unlocks the bunker door down next to Beth. We did, but it was far too dangerous. We nearly got overwhelmed. Honestly, we're lucky to be alive. I should have known it would have been dangerous when I read it belonged to Poseidon Energy. That's right. The Brotherhood of Steel and the NCR killed each other over it. Must have had something inside for the Brotherhood to take interest. Usually the case with Poseidon. Danger usually follows closely behind them. Although, I'm sure a merc of your abilities can handle yourself. The terminal entries mentioned a name, Paul Reeves. Think he was some company executive who managed a joint project with Voltech. Both of those companies, based on everything I've read, were military contractors for the old U.S. government, on at least one occasion. So, that means we could be sat on a military stockpile if those coordinates are correct. Was just about to ask. We'd greatly appreciate you doing that. Also, we've managed to pull some caps together for whoever is brave enough to go down there. My thinking is that there's maybe something inside that can help in our struggle against the NCR. See what you can find. If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them. I know how it sounds. You must think I'm treating you like you're expendable. I actually need you more than you know. The fact that you managed to track us down, against all odds, proves that you're a very capable merc. You might be the only one capable of surviving down there. We don't actually know what to expect, other than the ghouls we managed to escape from. I don't know exactly. When we first arrived, I sent Paula alongside a small group down to scout the bunker out to see what we were dealing with. They had to retreat from a large pack of feral ghouls. We're lucky that there was no casualties. The ghouls must have came out to hunt before we arrived. We've been here a few months now, so God knows if they're still alive down there. If you're lucky, they might have starved to death since we last ventured inside. If not, be careful, as they'll be incredibly hungry. Also, in most of these military bunkers, security bots are usually a big problem. So you might want to be prepared for those too. Not much more than most people, I'm afraid. Used to be a pre-war energy company. Pretty sure they built that old Enclave oil rig just off the coast of San Francisco. I remember reading stories from those that managed to escape that hellhole. It's the kind of thing that'd haunt you until the day you die. Any company willing to throw their backing behind those monsters has no empathy. So that should tell you all you need to know about them. Be careful. Okay, good. Take this key card. It's the one I mentioned that unlocks the door down next to Beth. Also, Dexter should be able to help you out if you need any particular weapons or ammunition. And finally, good luck. Try not to get eaten down there.
Oh, hi. It's nice to meet you. I'm Dexter, and you must be the new recruit. I'm the guy who fixes everything around here, so let me know if you need help. So what can I do for you? I'm the handyman around here. Odds and ends that need fixed up, I can help out. People normally tell me to fix their guns and armor. I also know how to mix gunpowder, and I know which bullet casings work best at punching through that trooper armor. So if you need armor-piercing rounds, just let me know, and I can provide them if you've got the caps. I mean, where do I start with a question like that? The NCR calls us terrorists, but what do you call what they did to the cons at Bear Springs? A massacre. That's what. It showed what the NCR does to its enemies. What'll likely happen to us if we lose. They opened fire on unarmed women and children that day to strike fear into the cons, to break them. In reality, it showed they're really no different from us. But what can I say? They love their moral high ground. They're fucking hypocrites. What they did there was worse than anything we've ever done. I don't think there's any debating that. We do what's necessary. If the NCR won't change, then we'll make them. Slowly but surely make them bleed. Now, are you gonna buy anything, or are you just here to rile me up about the NCR? He's a good leader. I might not always agree with some of the methods we use, but what alternative do we have in Vegas? House? He only cares about what's going on inside the Strip's gates. He doesn't care about everyone in Vegas. The Legion? They're worse than the NCR in every way. I'd rather send all my caps straight to Kimball's cabinet, lining their pockets even more. No. An independent Vegas is the only way for the people to truly win, and that's what Hosea is offering. So sign me up. Ideally, I'd give you all this for free, but we have to manage what we have carefully. You're better off than most here, so I'm gonna have to ask you to pay.
So you're the one Hosea was talking about. I'm Beth, and I'm the doctor around here. I can patch you up, or provide you some medical supplies, but you'll have to pay for what you take. Supplies are tight, unfortunately, otherwise I'd fix you up for free. But for now, we gotta be stingy. You joined up without knowing what we're all about. For me, we're trying to create a fair new Vegas. A true meritocracy. People get what they put in. Make no mistake, though. Even those who don't or are incapable of work should be treated like human beings and not forced to starve, like in the NCR. I met a few retired NCR veterans in my time, back when I was traveling, some of whom lost their legs to Brotherhood landmines. Those people are given a medal and left to fend for themselves. If they don't have any family to take care of them, then they're left to rot. We can be different from the NCR, though. Everyone in Vegas should be treated with dignity and respect. Odd that the tribal societies in the Utah area are often called uncivilized when they'll actually look after their own. Ask someone else why they joined the Vultures and you might get a different answer. For me, it's the hope that Vegas can offer something different. Man, it feels weird talking politics without being 6 bottles deep, but I guess it's always good to remind yourself of why you're here. Sorry I talked your ear off. Maybe there's something else I can do for you? Ah, okay. We may as well start getting to know each other as we're in this for the long haul. Funnily enough, I was a traveling doctor, just like Hosea was at one time. I didn't have the privilege of being in the followers, though. I did have a good teacher in Westside back in the day, even if some of their practices were questionable. Those were some of the busiest days in my life. The line of patients just never ended, and you had to work with limited stims and meds. Do you know how heartbreaking it is to tell someone their child won't make it? Years and years of that really takes its toll. That's the reason why, when meeting Hosea, joining up was the easiest decision of my life. Maybe one day things can be different. I'm sorry that got quite dark, but it's the truth. I wouldn't blame you if you want to talk about something else. What else can I do for you? He's an inspiration. The amount of people needing to be patched up in Outer Vegas will remain the same so long as our current lifestyle remains the same. Once we change those conditions, people might not need to kill each other just to eat. For recognizing that, Hosea will always have my respect. Alright, I hope I don't see you again soon, because it means you aren't hurt, you know?
Doctor's log, November 15, 2077. Things have stabilized around here faster than all original expectations. No rads on any of our people either. Thank God everyone's safe, even if we're all a little shook up still. Gray tells me the lead-lined walls have kept the radiation out. Weird, the instruments outside haven't picked up any ionization. Must be a fault caused by the strike. Maybe they're busted? Best to keep locked up for now. It's not worth the risk of checking. Doctor's log, February 26, 2078. Perhaps we were too optimistic with our original readings. It wasn't the walls that kept the radiation out. Turns out that Vegas wasn't actually hit. We braved a few expeditions, and it turns out House was able to destroy the bombs before they could impact. However, the walls had some unanticipated gaps, according to Gray, and we're now suffering from the effects of exposure to nuclear fallout. We've got a decent supply of Radaway, which should allow us to get by. However, we'll need a long-term solution, and fast. Hopefully we can get that bastard Reeves to open the vault door. We're willing to let bygones be bygones, but so far all we've had is radio silence. Hopper will find a way through. I'm sure of it. Doctor's log, August 10, 2079. We're not gonna last much longer. Parker and his cronies deserted us and took the Radaway with them in the night. My years of medical experience haven't helped one bit. I've never seen a condition like this. Skin starting to fall off Valentine. Looks like his entire physiology is changing too. There's enough to write several papers on, but honestly, I've no idea what I'm looking at. Well, we gotta look on the bright side, don't we? I love to see the end of the world. Not many people can say the same.
Ah, you're back. I hope you're making friends around here. If not, just give it a little time. What can... Well, I guess that explains Vault-Tech's involvement with this place. Did you manage to get inside? Ah, damn. Wait, maybe that's what this other keycard opens. I'm not gonna lie to you, this is a pretty difficult decision. Where there's a vault, there's normally people inside. I don't think opening their vault door without their permission will make them too happy. I think the risk is worth it, though. We need to make first contact with the residents. They need to know that society still exists outside that steel door. If we're lucky, we might get some new allies to join our fight. With the NCR's similarities with the pre-war government, perhaps the residents narrowly escaping nuclear hellfire might sway them in our direction. I'm sure their grandparents' stories will have left quite an impression. I'm still skeptical about this entire thing, though. With Poseidon Energy having a stake in this place, I can't help but feel the specter of the Enclave is involved in some way. So I urge you to keep your wits about you. There is something fishy going on here for sure. I can answer whatever questions I can if you have any. I don't think that would be a good idea. The vault doors opening to a group of armed individuals might give a bad impression. Something tells me that would come across as rather intimidating to people used to living a comfy life in a vault. I really hope it doesn't come to that. What I'd say is that you're free to defend yourself if they attack you. I'd advise you pull back when you can, and we can come up with a plan to either evacuate or take the vault. This is all hypothetical, though. There's a good chance it doesn't come to that, though, if we're lucky. Other than the ones I've already given you? I'm not sure. Those are the only ones I found in that call center, I'm afraid. Good. Hopefully, the next time we speak, we'll have a comfy Vault-Tech home to sleep in. Maybe that's just wishful thinking on my part, though. Take this keycard. I think this'll open the door you mentioned. Good luck.
This is Security Chief Brian Holloway on the official opening day of Vault 23. Molly and HR did a really good job today handing out the vault suits. I'm impressed at how quickly everyone fell in line after everything that's happened. Sure, there was a bit of a panic and some crying here and there. I feel like we're all on the same page that way. Still, I expected a bit more trouble with the nuclear apocalypse and all. I'm not complaining though. Makes my job a hell of a lot easier. Speaking of which, I had a brief look at the stock of security supplies. It seems we're lacking in batons and security armor. Reeves assures me that this is fine, and he says that we have the ability to mass-produce robots down here. An automated police force. He's starting to make me feel useless in my old age.
Yeah, I had a chat with the chief today about the noises we've heard in the middle of the night. I went ahead and requisitioned some cameras from security. Damn, man. This is some super secret agency tech we have here. Ready to slide through the vents. Reeves has now requested that one of the engineers climbs in and places it. How am I gonna tell my team?
Engineer Jessica Hayes here, recording for what could be the last time. This is to keep the record straight on what happened down here. Reeves and his men have lost their fucking minds and started purging anyone they thought was linked to Cooper. His robot police force is on a seek and destroy mission. Not like it matters anyway. I'd rather die than work another minute for that parasite. We'll fight until the very last of us falls. Looks like we'll have to. The airlock has been sealed by the emergency protocol. We're running out of rounds. There's no way we can fight our way down to Reeves's office to remove the lockdown. Still, we're not kissing Reeves's boots anymore. We'll destroy those robots with our bare hands if we must.
Fuck, man. I have no idea how I'm gonna break the news to his family. Brown plucked the shortest straw and had to go into those vents. We saw on his head cam that he fell into some sort of cave system, but we only got a few seconds of footage. There were these giant eggs everywhere, and then out of nowhere, this giant motherfucking ant came crawling out of the darkness. Then all of a sudden, the footage stops. I'm gonna ask security to spare his family the gory details. Both Cooper and Reeves actually showed their fucking faces to express their condolences to the team. They know Brown shouldn't have been in there. But it's my fault.
This area cleared. Proceeding with search protocol.
Reeves's security bots are bringing order back to the vault. I just need to wait it all out. Everything will be back to normal tomorrow morning. The bots will know I've been loyal, right?
Commencing attack. Commencing attack. Unable to continue. Hold it right there. Unable to continue.
Hayes here. I'm not sure what's happened to Cooper. Davis saw Vault security take him from his dorm, and ever since then, he's nowhere to be found. Could be that Reeves has overstepped the line trying to intimidate us into submission. Technically, he can do whatever he wants down here. If we're not allowed to make our voices heard about something as simple as food rationing, then what can we do?
Marchesi here. Can't say I'm hating my first few days here. Beats sweeping for mines on Anchorage praying I didn't get frostbite. Julia and the kids seem fairly happy. They do complain about the food though. I keep hearing about how different the corn tastes. It honestly isn't so bad. Next time I hear them whining, I'm gonna tell them about the MREs we used to get. They'll want to vomit.
I wish Reeves would give me a damn minute. He even said himself that this situation needs to be handled delicately. But no, he says it's been long enough, and he wants me to take care of Cooper tonight. If it were up to me, we just need to find some dirt on this guy. They've all got something they want to keep hidden. Guess that plan is out the window. I'll go over there later tonight with a squad and persuade him to come quietly.
These fucking ants, man! They won't stop coming! The others, I boosted up to safety. If Hayes can open the vault door, they can escape to the bunker above. I'm hoping at least some of us can get away from those killer bots.
Marchesi, signing off. Semper Fi.
Marchesi here. We're pinned down in the diner. Don't worry, I've got a plan. I've told the others not to worry. If this goes wrong, let this be a record of what happened here. Reeves is a monster and has us working our asses off for scraps. If it goes right, he'll learn why he should never fuck with a Marine.
Don't worry, it's just a security precaution. Security Chief Holloway tells me recording all meetings is mandatory from now on. The only people this will affect are the criminals, so you all have nothing to worry about. Anyway, back to the purpose of this meeting. You might be thinking, Molly, we can't be bothered with this meeting after everything that's happened. Let us get on with our jobs. Well, you're right to raise concerns, but don't worry. The company has you covered. These type of nights are good for team bonding and relaxation. Plus, any who come along will be able to see movies from Mr. Reeves' holotape collection. He's got the biggest sci-fi collection I've ever seen. Why join the union when you're well looked after, huh?
Didn't you hear me coming? Now I have to fight you. Bloody fantastic. Here we go again, is it? Glad that's done with. I know that if I had hands, I would strangle the life out of you. I say. Someone dirty and disreputable. Of course. Don't let me keep you. It's all gone. That's it then.
Are you afraid of me? You should be, because I'm gonna kick your ass when I...
Holloway here. We've secured the hydroponics wing. All we need to do is hold this, and the rest of the vault will fall in line. Without food, the rebels will have no option but to give in to our demands. I'm gonna inform Reeves of the news tonight. This is a great victory for the future of this vault.
Right, I think that's recording now. Welcome, everyone, to Vault 23. I know you're all probably worried after what just happened. Don't worry. You're safe now. I think we should all give a round of applause for Mr. Reeves for giving us this excellent opportunity. Down here, we won't just survive like in other vaults, but we'll thrive thanks to his genius. Now, it's about time we split into groups. Does everyone remember the number they were assigned? I'll take the silence as a yes then. Go to your representative and they'll show you to your rooms. Thank you for your time, everyone.
Went to see the doc yesterday. He recommended I take as much rest as I can. He said excess stress could prolong the recovery period. I told him there's a fat chance of me managing to avoid all the stressors of this damn vault. Some days I wish I just went with the blast, like everyone else. But then I remember that the Lord blessed me and Anna. I will keep this entire vault running for that bundle of joy in her belly. This place will be the future of humanity, even if it kills me. Our supplies of pre-war food have started to shrink. I'm glad to see that my push on the board for diversifying Poseidon's interests has paid off. If it weren't for those lights, we'd all be starving down here. It's a shame thinking of all the money we could have made. No matter. This place is everything I pictured it to be. Makes me think I've died and went to heaven. Well, only when I don't need to hear Cooper's shrill little voice complaining. What a blowhard. We won. But at what cost? We don't have much of a workforce left to tend to the crops. It'd just be me, Anna, and our child, along with what's left of the security team. No, I won't condemn a child to live an empty life in what's left of this hellhole. There's no fucking way I allow it. There's only one thing left to do here.
Halt. Facial recognition scan failed. Identify yourself or you will be forcefully removed from the area. Voice pattern recognized. Welcome, Mr. Reeves. We hope you're feeling better today. You have not been at your office for 73,365 days. If you are in need of an extra day to recuperate, then you are encouraged to do so. Enjoy your day.
Ah, it's you. You survived. I really hope you managed to convince those residents to help us. We're gonna need it. Dead? Everyone? This is not what we need right now. I need you ready for combat, stranger. Make sure you've loaded your magazines and got all the stems you can carry. The NCR have us surrounded. They've gathered around the cave entrance demanding our surrender. We haven't given them any notion we're here, so they won't know for certain. However, there's no way they leave without thoroughly checking this cave. It's only a matter of time before they blow the door down and assault the cave. You've probably got the most combat experience out of everyone here, so I'll need you to take point. I hope you're okay with that. Make it fast. We don't have much time. We don't have the kind of tech you'd see lying around a Brotherhood bunker, I'm afraid. Looks like they slipped in between our patrols. I just wouldn't have thought that they'd have found us this easily. As far as I know, there's only one way into this cave. It was supposed to be sheltered from nuclear fallout as much as possible. Even if there were, I know what kind of scum Wilson likes to handpick. Any stragglers would be massacred, just like the cons at Bitter Springs. We're running out of time. I recommend being quick with the rest of your questions. That's the safest option for sure. You're welcome to try and persuade them to leave, but I don't recommend it. Rangers are the inquisitive type, though. They leave no stone unturned. I can guarantee it's that lapdog Wilson. She's not stopped sniffing my trail for as long as I can remember. I'm hoping you can end this once and for all. Any more questions? Good. It's about time we got rid of this pest. Let me know when you're ready and I can get the people into position. Be careful. I'm pretty sure it's Wilson out there. She's one of the sharpest shots in the Rangers. We'll be there to back you up as soon as the shooting starts. Keep her busy near the door and we'll attack on your signal. Good luck.
can't believe they found us. They won't be taking me without a fight.
Ah, you're back. I hope you're making friends around... Very well. Ah, it's you. You survived. The NCR have us surrounded. We haven't given them any notion we're here, so they won't know for certain. However, there's no way they leave without thoroughly checking this cave. It's only a matter of time before they blow the door down and assault the cave. You've probably got the most combat experience out of everyone here. Surrender? Why would we do that? Do you know what the NCR does to criminals in the Mojave? There's no fair trial. We'll be buried in the desert, never to be seen again. We all formed this gang together. We're a family. They're willing to sacrifice everything for a better future. You could be right. This campaign has been rough. We've lost so much already. I've been following my gut, but where has that got us? Stuck in a damn cave with a firing squad pointed at us. First time you lose a soldier, it's a sacrifice that had to be made. One then becomes two. Before you know it, 2 becomes 20. Until eventually, all the old guard are gone. It's just you and a bunch of new faces for the meat grinder. I can't bear to lose any more of them. I need your advice. What should we do? You're right. Those bastards just want me. The others could decide what to do from there. Although the NCR know I run with a gang, there's no way they don't scour this cave top to bottom. I think it might be worth the risk. We might be able to wait this out underground. The steel doors should be impenetrable from the outside. I don't even think a direct blast with TNT could blow them down. With how stretched the NCR is, they can't siege us forever. Command will have to pull them back at some point if they aren't getting results. And that's when we leave. I don't even think there's a need for me to surrender. I could hide in the bunker too. Well, you're right. I thought maybe there was still a chance we could make this work. Fate wouldn't be so kind. Wilson won't stop until I'm either dead or in prison. Perhaps I'll give her what she wants. Luckily, my dream lives on through everyone here. It'll be the next generation that'll change everything. Take the torch to the systems that have harmed so many. I really hope so. If the NCR doesn't change, then I fear we're all doomed. The same mistakes we made in the old world will happen again. Thank you for making everything clear to me. Don't take this the wrong way, but you're wiser than you look. Before I go, I have one last favor to ask you. If you ever see Jackie again, give her this note. I would really appreciate it if you granted this old man his dying wish. Now, it's about time I'm off. Look after everyone, will you?
Hello again. How can I help you? Wait. Hosea surrendered? That letter. Show it to me, please. That corny old bastard, the same as he was the day he'd left. I'd do anything to see that crooked smile on his face one more time. Thank you for bringing me this. I assume you were the one that convinced him to turn himself in. You did the right thing. Hosea went down a dark path, one that's hard to claw your way back from. You stopped him before it was too late, and I'd like to thank you for that. Although I really wish I could have said goodbye one last time. I'll have to ask Julie for some time away from the fort. Shady Sands is a long way from here. I want you to have this vintage whiskey. One of my patients brought it to me. He wanted me to have it because he didn't trust himself with it, the poor soul. I don't really like whiskey so much, so I thought you might like it. If you don't, then I'm sure you could get a fair price for it. Just let me know if you ever need to chat.
Hey.
Hello again. How can I help you?
Ah, it's you. We haven't given them. You. Be careful. I'm pretty sure it's Wilson. We'll be there to back you up as soon as the shooting starts. Keep her busy near the door, and we'll attack on your... Ah, you're back. I hope you're making friends around... Ah, it's you. You... Ah, it's you. You... It's... You've... You! You're the fucking rat! This is what I get for letting my guard down for one damn second. Can't say I'm shocked that they'd try to recruit you, but I really thought you were different. You might have us surrounded, but remember, your NCR friends aren't here yet. We still have the advantage. I'd think really carefully about what you say next. You didn't tell us that you were with the NCR until now. Why should I trust you? I can understand that. Maybe you've changed since you joined our ranks. I hope you're not going to make me regret this decision. I have a strange feeling around you, stranger. I don't know if it's fate or if I'm just being foolish. Tell you what, get rid of the wolves at the door and all is forgiven. Do that, and you're one of us. Ah, it's you. You survived. We're cornered. The NCR has us surrounded outside and are demanding our surrender. Damn right I'm scared. but I won't go down without a fight. We haven't given them any notion we're here, so they won't know for certain. However, there's no way they leave without thoroughly checking this cave. It's only a matter of time before they... You've probably got... Wait, what? Ah, it's you. You survived. I need... The NCR, we haven't given them any notion. Be careful. I'm pretty sure it's Wilson out there. She's one of the sharpest shots in the Rangers. We'll be there to back you up as soon as the shooting starts. Keep her busy near the door, and we'll attack on your signal. Good luck. You managed to get them to back off? Thank God. But I think we may need a new place to lie low. There's no way the NCR doesn't send an investigator to check for any evidence that we've been here. We'll make sure they don't find a thing. I'll inform the others to start packing their things tomorrow. We'll still be here for the time being. It's gonna take some time, I think. Although, if you come by and we're long gone, then don't be shocked. We'll get in touch with you if that happens, so don't worry. Either way, what you did there was impressive. Downright heroic. You got them to leave without a single drop of blood. Not many people could pull that one off. The world would be a far better place if they could. Sorry, I like giving compliments when they're deserved, and what you did certainly fit the bill. Anyway, you came through with the vault. I remember you mentioning that everyone was dead. What the hell happened? As you no doubt saw, rebellion was a feature of the old world, too. Even back then, people fought back against those they considered to be monsters. Some things never change, I'm afraid. I'm curious, what do you think? Were the people of Vault 23 right to rebel? that's probably a wise stance to take. We shouldn't be judging people if we don't have the context about their situation. I'm glad you take your time to ponder these things rather than jumping to a conclusion. The wasteland could use more people like you. Now, back to business. Were you able to find anything related to Vault-Tec or Poseidon that could help us in our struggle? Hydroponics? Here? Oh, that's great news. Do you know how useful that could be for the people of Vegas? Where are the plans? On your Pip-Boy? Let's take a look at those. Come here. Truly incredible. This could feed the whole of Vegas if we maintain this right. I'll have to talk more with Dexter. These lights look really easy to work with. With a few UV lamps on hand, calibrating them shouldn't be difficult. Scavenging those things will be the hard part. Either way, this could be our chance to show the people of Vegas that we're on their side. We could feed so many, solve many of our supply issues as well. Me too. It would be good to talk with Jackie about this. I'll send her a letter sometime after we get these things built. Get a slightly more official channel going. For now, we'll have to rely on folks we trust on the streets. That's once we figure out how to build them. The lights you found at the bottom of the vault can be scavenged in the meantime. You've done so much for us. I'd like you to take this. It's more than enough for all your hard work. If you're ever in need of somewhere to sleep or to stock up on supplies, know that you're always welcome here. Oh, one last thing. I have another important task for you. I need you to find a woman named Joan Harris in Freeside. Give her this letter. It contains a meeting location for the delivery of essential supplies for those desperate in Freeside. With the potential yields from those hydroponic lights, we can afford it. Now, before you go, is there anything else I can do for you? Very well. No problem. Come back whenever you want to chat.
Yeah? You look like you want something. Do I know you? Shh, not so loud. The followers don't take too kindly to that name. Give it here. This is great news. We'll try and get this distributed in the best way we can. With their bodyguards, the muggers shouldn't be much of a problem. We won't forget this. Hosea can count on us in the future. Thank you for your kindness, friend. I should probably go get started making preparations, unless there's something else I can do for you. He and his friends like to help out the community however they can. But there's some folks around here that doubt him still. Those people don't know what they're talking about. He's kept my family's belly full on more occasions than I can count. We'll help him in any way we can when the time comes. Now, do you want anything else? You mean my accent? Yeah, me and my family aren't from here. We're from a place which I think you Americans call England. There's not much of an England left, I'm afraid. Me and my husband escaped all the fighting on a ship owned by a man called Tenpenny. Working on the ship kept us in work for a while. My husband had some experience with construction, and me in security. So once we docked, Tenpenny had plenty of work for us in helping renovate some old tower in the capital. But eventually, Tenpenny had to let us go. We weren't the clientele he was looking for. His words, not ours. So we've been on the move ever since. We kind of like it here, despite the current circumstances. Hosea and his kind are helping make this place better. Just wait and see. All right, if you say so.